Hello everybody and welcome in here at historic Billwood Field in North Platte, Nebraska for the rubber match, the final game of this three-game series between the Gem City Bison and the North Platte Plainsmen. Good afternoon, everybody. A wonderful Sunday afternoon to you. Braden Byers here along with you for all 9 innings. The Gem City Bison won the first game, then dropped yesterday's game after a little bit of fireworks came early, as they had a firework night as well here in North Platte. We're going to be back with all the starting lineups and everything after the national anthem here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Welcome back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Final game of this three-game set between the Gem City Bison and the North Platte Plainsmen, two of the inaugural teams here in the inaugural season of the Independence League in 2022. We're going to go over the Gem City Bison starting lineup as they are going to be batting first here in the top of the first inning. Batting first, the designated hitter wearing number 15, Derek Wood. The center fielder, wearing number 1, Tyler Bradley. Catcher, wearing number 10, Luke Bannister. Left fielder, wearing number 7, Tyler Godfrey. Third baseman, wearing number 21, Keegan Schultz. Second baseman, wearing number 22, Randy Stoltz. First baseman, wearing number 42, Mitch Winter. Right fielder, wearing number 4, Caleb Salgado. And the shortstop, wearing number 6, Justice Panton. Getting the start on the mound for the Plainsmen today is going to be number 17, Carlton Perkins. So as you see Perkins dealing to his catcher flag, we're about ready to get set here. We're about set to be ready, here in North Platte with Derek Wood leading off. Bradley behind him, and Bannister behind him. A beautiful day out here. It's about 93 degrees, feels like 97, so getting up there near the triple digits. Jason Myers is going to be the umpire behind the plate tonight, and Jason's sights out in the field. And looks like we're ready as Derek Wood takes the walk up to the home plate as he steps into the right-handed batter's box. The Bison wearing their away brown uniforms. This time paired with the cream pants with brown and gold trim here in North Platte. Perkins comes set and deals the first pitch. Crossed home plate for ball number 1. First pitch going to be at 3:11 p.m. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here to Wood. The second pitch going to miss also for ball 2. Wood from Reedley, California. Also, last year played at Paradise Valley Community College as a 2-0 pitch. Going to come across, and that will be straight to the second baseman, Williams, for out number 1. Wood, just earlier today, committing to George Mason University. As that'll bring up Tyler Bradley, moving up from towards the bottom of the lineup in the previous 2 games of this series. Now in the 2-hole, playing center field in relief of Wood, who gets an off day from the field, but never from the plate. That first pitch gonna hit in there for strike number 1. Pitcher comes set, and that's gonna be fouled back for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on base here in the top of the first inning. Still tied 0-0 between the Bison and the Plainsmen. Thank you for joining us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network on this Sunday afternoon. The pitch going to miss down low for ball 1. This top of the first inning is brought to you by A.D. Martin Lumber and Lariat Realty, LLC. Here's the 1-2 from Perkins. That's going to be hit and fouled off. So the count will remain the same. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, 2. Bradley just coming up to Laramie just a couple days ago as his team was playing in the Division II College World Series, as that ball's going to miss up high for ball 2. We're even now, 2-2, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the first. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be swung on foul. So we will stay the same, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bradley stepping in has shown himself vital to this team for the few games he's been here. Here's the 2-2, and that's going to be swung on and missed for the first K of the game. A quick 2 outs for the Plainsmen, as that will bring up the catcher today, number 10, Luke Bannister. Stepping in to the right-handed batter's box, now facing up against Perkins on the mound. That pitch going to be grounded over to third, picked up by Servain, and gets it to Stark for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the first. No runs, no hits, and no errors for the Bison and the Plainsmen. We're still tied 0-0 as we head to the bottom of the first here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Welcome back here in the bottom of the first inning on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Braden Byers along with you. Here in North Platte, we're still tied 0-0 in the bottom of the first. As Reese Lipoma will step in and watch that first pitch go by for strike one. Go through the lineup for the North Platte Plainsmen. The center fielder wearing number 28, Reese Lipoma. Right fielder wearing number 13, Bryce Zimmerer. Third baseman wearing number 3, Giancarlo Servine. Catcher wearing number 22, Connor Flagg. Shortstop wearing number 6, Cade Wood. Second baseman wearing number 9, Seth Williams. First baseman wearing number 34, Oscar Stark. Designated hitter wearing number 30, Lucas Johnson. And left fielder wearing number 8, Garrett Thompson, as the second pitch will come across for strike two. No balls, 2 strikes, no outs, nobody on base. Provenzano getting the start on the mound for the Bison. Ring number 8 from Francis Marion. Here's the 0-2, and that will miss up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs with nobody on base here in the bottom of the first. Tied 0-0 are the Plainsmen and the Bison. Lipoma at the plate, and that one will be swung on and popped up foul out of play. So the count will remain the same. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lipoma from Gonzales, Louisiana. He's a sophomore at Northwestern State. As he steps back into the batter's box once again. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs in this bottom of the first, as this is the leadoff batter. Provenzano kicks and deals. And that will miss for ball 2. The Plainsmen wearing their white jerseys with white pants, with brown and maybe the occasional, not brown, with the green and maybe occasional black trim. Here's a 2-2, and that will be a check swing. He did not go, said Jason Seitz. So the count will move to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. In the bottom of the first here in North Platte. Here's a 3-2, and that will end up missing inside, barely inside, for ball 4, sending Lipoma to first base on a walk, and that will bring up Bryce Zimmerer, the right fielder for the Plainsmen. As he steps into the left-handed batter's box. I want to say that this bottom of the first inning is brought to you by Aspen Family Chiropractic and Grand Avenue Urgent Care, as a pickoff attempt over to first will not be successful. No outs with a runner on first for the Plainsmen, as another pickoff attempt over to first will not do anything. Provenzano climbs up back on the mound and faces home plate, where Zimmerer is standing there still with a empty count. That one's going to be chopped, picked up by Stoltz, stepped onto second base, and over to Winter on first for a very nice double play. So that will bring up the third baseman wearing number 3, Giancarlo Servine. So the Bison defense has 2 outs with no runners on base, and coincidentally, it's going to be the same situation for Servine as he steps into the box. As Zimmerer looks like he's limping back to the dugout. Might be an interesting thing to pay attention to as the game goes on. Provenzano comes set and fires home for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike with 2 outs and nobody on base for Zimmerer from Creighton, Nebraska. Junior from South Dakota State. Steps into the right-handed batter's box to face the righty Provenzano, who fires that one in there to miss inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the first, still tied nothing between Gem City and North Platte. Here's the 1-1, and that's going to be swung on into right to the third baseman. Excellent reaction from Schultz, and that'll be a 1-2-3 inning as well for the Bison. We head to the second inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 0-0, still the score. We'll be back right after this. There's been a bit of a defensive adjustment for the Plainsmen, as you may have saw in the previous half inning. Brian Zimmerer came limping off the field and has now been replaced in right field by number 1, Jalen Ruffin, as the first pitch going to come across in this half inning for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Tyler Godfrey, who's stepping in for the first time today for the Bison. In the left-handed batter's box facing the righty on the mound. That's going to be swung on and either missed or fouled for strike 2. Perkins still on the mound for the Plainsmen. So the count's going to be no balls, 2 strikes, no outs and nobody on base, as this is the leadoff batter for the inning. In the top of the first, the Plainsmen went 1-2-3, getting each of the first 3 runners to get out, as that one will be fouled off for a premier bone and joint foul ball. Perkins steps back onto the mound. Comes set. Here's the 0-2 to Godfrey, and that's going to be chopped foul towards the right side. And the count will remain the same once again. Godfrey from Rowley, Massachusetts. Also from Montana State University Billings. Here's the pitch, the 0-2, and that's going to be swung on and missed for strike 3 from Godfrey, the second strikeout of the game for Perkins. And that will go ahead and bring up Keegan Schultz, playing third base today for the Bison, wearing number 21. The taller righty will step into the right-handed batter's box to face Perkins on the mound. Here's the first pitch. That will be in there for strike one. No balls, one strike. Taking a look around the field, we have Flagg behind the plate. Stark at first, Williams at second, Wood at short, Servine at third, Thompson at left, Bradley at center, and as I said before, Ruffin now in at right. That one's going to be a fair ball straight to the first baseman for the unassisted put out for out number 2, and that will bring up Randy Stoltz now for the Bison, stepping in to the batter's box with 2 outs and nobody on base. Stoltz just arriving. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be a half swing. The check down, he said he didn't go, so that's going to be ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs with nobody on base. That second pitch gonna come across for strike 1 to even things up at 1-1. Stoltz just arriving and becoming a part of this Bison team, starting to gel well with all of the players and staff in Laramie. As that one will miss down low and inside for ball 2. More of a quiet person, but he gets his job done over at second base. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's the pitch, and that will be swung on. Picked up by the shortstop, Wood, and that will send us to the bottom of the second inning. Again, a 1-2-3 inning for the Plainsmen. As we're tied 0-0, we'll be back right after this. Only 9 batters have been in the batter's box so far in this game combined for both of these teams as we head into the bottom of the second. First pitch going to miss just outside from Provenzano for ball number 1. Connor Flagg stepping in for the Plainsmen, followed by Cade Wood and Seth Williams behind him. The second pitch will be in there for strike 1 to even things up at 1-1. Flagg stepping in the left-handed batter's box now. Lines everything up and puts the bat over his shoulder. Provenzano steps back onto the actual mound. Comes set and fires it home. That's going to be hit and picked up by Winter, and an unassisted put out will put out number 1 on the board. Cade Wood will now step up to bat. number 6, playing shortstop, making an excellent play to end the previous half inning to finish the 1-2-3 inning from the Plainsmen. He stands in with 1 out and nobody on base. Still tied 0-0 here in the bottom of the second. Provenzano sends the pitch, and it's going to miss up high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, with 1 out, nobody on base to Wood from Ranger Junior College, a sophomore. Stands in the batter's box, and here's the pitch. And that'll miss for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes is the count. Wood from Atlanta, Texas. As he waves the bat over his right-handed shoulder, Provenzano kicks and fires it in, and that's going to be lined out into right center field. He's going to come around to second. The throw not going to be in time to get him, and so Wood will have the first hit of the game for either team, period, as he comes into second. So Seth Williams steps into the left-handed batter's box now with a runner on second and only 1 out in this bottom of the second. Still tied 0-0 with North Platte versus Gem City. Provenzano nods and comes set on the mound. Here's the first pitch. Bunt shown and delivered. It's going to go ahead and hit him while he's running down the base paths. And the runner's going to have to go back to second. And the runner will be out. So Williams will be out as, while he was running down first base after laying down a bunt, he ran into the ball. So Wood will stand in at second with 2 outs. And Oscar Stark steps in. First pitch going to miss for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Provenzano stands in on the mound, looking at Stark in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch, and it'll miss outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, with 2 outs and a runner on second for Stark, a freshman from Washington State. Here's the 2-0, and that'll be in there for strike 1. 2-1 is the count. 2 outs with a runner on second, tied 0-0 here in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch, and that will be swung on and missed for strike 3 from Stark from Woodland Hills, California. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and that'll be swung on, chopped foul back and towards the left. That'll keep the count the same at 2-2. Provenzano tossing the ball up in his free hand. With 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs for Stark and the Plainsmen. Steps off and forces Wood back to the bag at second base, as Provenzano turns around once again and faces the batter at hand. Comes set and deals the pitch. And that will go ahead and hit him for, well, really for nothing. That's going to go ahead and send him to first, and that'll bring up Lucas Johnson. So got a runner on first and second with 2 outs now for Johnson. And the Plainsmen still tied 0-0 in the bottom of the second inning. Bannister out to talk to Provenzano on the mound, turns around and goes back. 0-0 here in the bottom of the second. 2 outs with runners on first and second. This finally looks like we're set and ready to go. Once again, Lucas Johnson stepping in the right-handed batter's box. Provenzano pitches in there. That's going to be in for strike one. No balls, 1 strike. Provenzano to Johnson. Johnson, freshman at Wright State. Lines his bat up and puts it over his shoulder. Provenzano steps off as Wood dives back into second. No balls, 1 strike is the count. Here's the pitch, and runners are going to go on a double steal. That ball's going to go up high into left field. 1 runner's going to come to score. So the Plainsmen will score 1 run. The count at the plate will be 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs with the runner just on third now. As Wood came around to score. Johnson at the plate. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be into right field. And that'll hit at the wall. Another run will come in to score, and Johnson will round second, decide to stick there for an RBI double. Stark making it on base by hit by pitch. So Johnson stands in at second, and Garrett Thompson will stand in at home. 2-0 is the score here in the bottom of the second. North Platte over Gem City. Left-handed batter steps in and takes a first pitch swing. That will be foul for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. As a run came in after the ball was hit over the head of Salgado over in right field. Provenzano comes set at the waist, looks back at second, then at home. Pitches it home, and that'll be chopped foul down the right field line in right field foul territory for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. With 2 outs and a runner on third here in the bottom of the second inning, the Plainsmen lead at 2-0 over the Bison. Thompson in the box from Texas A&M Kingsville. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that will miss for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with a runner on third. Thompson, a junior from New Braunfels, Texas. Here's the 1-2 from Provenzano. That will miss to even things up at 2-2. 2 outs, runner on third, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Steps back into the box one again to face the 2-2 count. Provenzano comes set. Looks at home and fires it in there. Once again fouled off to keep the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a runner on third. And the Plainsmen are leading 2-0 over the Bison. Here's the pitch, and that will be swung on and missed for strike 3. That'll be 2 runs on 2 hits and no errors as we head to the third inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 2-0, the Plainsmen lead it over the Bison. We'll be back right after this. Mitch Winters steps in for the Gem City Bison, trailing 2-0 here in the top of the third inning after going 1-2-3 and 1-2-3 in the first 2 innings. The first pitch going to be swung on and missed for strike 1 from Winter. Winter from Montana State University Billings. Here's the 0-1. That one will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike from Perkins to Winter. Here's the 1-1. And that will miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to the leadoff batter of this third inning. The Bison finally get to round out their batting lineup as that one's going to be fouled towards the left for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As he steps back into the left-handed batter's box, facing the righty on the mound in Perkins. Here's the pitch. And that'll miss up for ball 3. Winter from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Last night actually pitched for the Bison, went 1.2 innings. And had 4 walks against him. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss down low for ball 4, and Winter will go walking. That'll bring up Caleb Salgado, wearing number 4, the right fielder today for the Bison. Bullpen catcher as well. I like to always make fun of him for that. Steps into the batter's box with a runner on first, no outs here in the top of the third, trailing 2-0. That first pitch going to be swung on and missed by Salgado for strike 1. Went to school at Yuba. The 0-1 pitch comes across. Down for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs, a runner on first in Winter. Salgado also from Sparks, Nevada. Same place as fellow Bison, Nico Pezzanella. 1 ball, 1 strike. Perkins comes set and fires the pitch in there. And that will be in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes off the excellent pitching from Perkins. Here's the 1-2. That will be swung on and fouled straight to the backstop. So the count will remain the same. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs. Runner on first in the top of the 3rd inning. Perkins looking in and now comes set on the mound. Here's the pitch. That will miss. Down and outside for ball 2. To even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. No outs with a runner on first. For the Bison, they trail it 2-0 versus the Plainsmen. That pitch going to be swung on and missed for strike 3 and out number 1, the 3rd strikeout so far, 1 in each inning so far for Perkins. That'll bring up the bottom of the order. Justice Panton, the shortstop for the Bison. He steps in with 1 out and a runner on first base. As Perkins steps off the mound and steps back on. 2-0, the Plainsmen lead it over the Bison here in the top of the 3rd on this Sunday afternoon. First pitch comes across for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. The runner on first for the student from North Carolina, A&T. There's a pitch that's going to miss down low. And Winter will make his way to second off the passed ball. So Winter stands in at second now. Panton at home with 1 out. One ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Perkins. That'll hit in for strike number 2. Panton from Phoenix, Arizona originally. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, and there's a pitch. That's going to be flown, lined into left field. As the runner's going to come in to score from second. Winter with the first run of today for the Bison. And Panton will be in at second base off the 1 RBI double. That'll bring us back to the top of the order with Derek Wood, as I said last time up, just committed to George Mason University today. So congrats to Wood. (2-1) is now the score. First pitch going to be swung on and chopped foul for strike number 1. Wood in the left-handed batter's box last night was 1 for 4 with 1 strikeout. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That will be swung on and missed for strike 2. A quick 0-2 count for Wood with 1 out and a runner on second here in the top of the 3rd inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Perkins deals it home. And that's going to be called a balk. So Panton will advance to 3rd. With the count moving to 0-2. Or staying at 0-2, I should say. Here's the pitch, and that will be swung on and missed by Wood for the 4th strikeout for Perkins for the 2nd out of the inning. Panton still standing in at 3rd, and that'll bring up Tyler Bradley for the Bison. First pitch will miss up high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, runner on 3rd. In the top of the 3rd as the Bison are trailing just by 1 run now, 2-1. Here's the pitch, and that will be swung on foul towards the left for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count from Perkins to Bradley, the center fielder last night, going 1 for 2 with a walk. The taller lefty in the box, and that's going to be hit straight to first base, picked up, and the unassisted putout will put 3 outs on the board, and that will send us to the bottom of the 3rd inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 1 run off of 1 hit, and no errors here in the top of the 3rd. We head to the bottom, as I said, right after this on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Reese LaPoma steps up to bat for the North Platte Plainsmen, still leading, but this time 2-1 over the Gem City Bison. First pitch coming from Provenzano to LaPoma, and that's going to miss inside for ball number 1. LaPoma in his 2nd at-bat of the day so far. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that'll miss up high as LaPoma dodges out of the way for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. LaPoma last night was 1 for 4 with 2 runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. as that pitch will be swung on and missed for strike one. 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs, nobody on, obviously, because this is the first batter of the inning. That's going to be swung on and picked up by Panton at short and over to Winter on first for out number 1. And that'll go ahead and bring up Bryce Zimmerer with 1 out and sorry, I had to fix something real quick. So 1 out will come across. As that first pitch will come across for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Provenzano kicks and deals. That'll miss up for ball 1 to even things up at 1-1 to Zimmerer from South Dakota State. Last night was 2 for 3 with a run, an RBI, and a walk. Here's the 1-1. So that's going to be rocketed into left field and brought down by Godfrey for out number 2. And that will bring up Giancarlo Servine, the third baseman, wearing number 3 for the Plainsmen, with 2 outs, nobody on base, leading 2-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. As he steps into the batter's box, want to say thank you to Laramie GM Auto Center, Drake Jeffries, Premier Bone and Joint Centers, Heartland Embroidery, Arrowhead Candy LLC, Michael Luby, Kevin Evans, and Motive Coffee Company. There's the pitch, and that's going to be swung on and goes foul for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs, nobody on base, leading 2-1 over the Bison. No balls, 1 strike. 2 outs for Servine, standing in from Grayson Junior College. That ball will miss down to even it up at 1-1. Last night, Servine was 2 for 4 and had an RBI. Brought in one of the 4 runs, not by himself, but by way of his bat. Here's the 1-1 from Provenzano. That'll be fouled back to the backstop for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2's the count with 2 outs and nobody on base for the Plainsmen. Provenzano stepping in on the mound. Servine at the plate. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss up high. Hit him on the helmet. And it does look like he will be all right as he walks down to first base. So Connor Flagg steps in now with the runner on first. 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. The Plainsmen lead it 2-1. Pickoff attempt over to first. Going to be not successful. Flagg standing in the batter's box from Central Arkansas. Provenzano looks back at first, then comes set at the dish. Here's the first pitch. That will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs with a runner on first. The bottom of the third, in which the Plainsmen lead 2-1 over the Bison. Here's the pitch. That will be in there for strike one, even things up at 1-1. Last time Flag was up, he was 0 for 4 with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. 1 ball, 1 strike, and that'll miss down low as the runner's going to advance from first to second. Servine with excellent awareness on the base paths as Bannister just couldn't find the ball underneath him. So the count will move to 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, with the runner on second now. That pitch will be in there for strike 2 to even things up at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. To the junior from Central Arkansas. And that's going to be swung on and fouled. So the count will remain the same off that premier bone and joint foul ball. Provenzano stands on the mound. Comes set and fires it in there. That's going to be hit straight into center field. The run's going to come around third to score. The throw to home is just going to be late. So Flag will go ahead and make it to second, as Servine will come around to score the 3rd run of this ball game for the Plainsmen. 2 outs with the runner on second for Cade Wood, who's stepping in now. First pitch will miss high and inside for ball 1. Wood, sophomore from Ranger Junior College. In the right-handed batter's box. There's the pitch, and that'll hit in virtually the same spot for ball 2. So Servine comes around to score a run off the RBI from Flag. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that'll miss inside once again for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Is the count from Provenzano to Wood. The runner on second with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that'll hit in there on the inside edge for strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike now is the count. Here's the 3-1, and that will miss for a ball. The throw is going to get away from Schultz at third and going to be picked up by Panton. So the runner will not advance to home. So Wood will make it on the walk, and assistant coach John Grigg coming out to have a talk with Provenzano and Bannister at the least, as Seth Williams will get ready to step into the box. So Flag advances to third off the stolen base. He was going even though we got ball 4. As Grigg will walk back. Seth Williams takes a couple practice hacks outside the box. And Bison steps in with fresh count, 2 outs with runners on first and second. They lead it 3-1 in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch from Provenzano. That'll miss for ball 1 on the first pitch of that at bat. 1 ball, no strikes to Williams, the junior from Virginia Commonwealth. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs, runner on first and second. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be swung on, picked up by Stultz at second and on to first to Winter for the 3rd out of the inning. We head to the top of the 4th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Plainsmen lead it 3-1 over the Bison. We'll be back right after this. Luke Bannister steps up to bat for the Gem City Bison here in the top of the 4th inning. The Plainsmen lead it 3-1 after 1 run was pushed across off a double. In last half inning, 3-1 is the score in the top of the 4th. Glad you're along with us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Bannister stepping in for the Bison in the right-handed batter's box. The righty Perkins fires it in there for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, as here's the 1-0 pitch. And that will be swung on and fouled for strike 1. It's top of the 4th inning, brought to you by Chili's and the Blue Mountain Bookstore. Bannister from Temple Community College. Here's the 1-1. And that'll hit in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs and nobody on for Bannister, who went 0 for 3 last night with a run and a walk. As that pitch will miss for ball 2 to even it up at 2-2. The first time Bannister was up in the 1st inning, he grounded out to third base, who threw it on to first for the 3rd out of that 1st inning. That one's going to be flown out into shallow center field, and a nice catch given by Wood, who had to kind of use his chest as a barrier just in case, for out number 1. And that'll bring up Tyler Godfrey after the first out came across from a pop fly into shallow left center field. So Godfrey steps in now, playing left field for the Bison today, wearing number 7. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be rocketed into right field, but it's going to be brought down by Ruffin for a one-pitch fly ball out to right field. So a quick 2 outs for the Bison, and that'll bring up Keegan Schultz, the Texas Cowboy from Nicholls State. Takes a practice swing outside of the batter's box and steps in. 2 outs, nobody on base. The Plainsmen lead it 3-1. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss down low for ball 1. 1-0 is the count to Schultz. Last night he was 1 for 4 with an RBI. Here's the pitch, and that'll be swung on, even though it was once again down for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, nobody on base. One pitch given by Perkins. That once again will miss down low for 2 balls and 1 strike. Schultz, first time he was up in the second inning, he hit it right to the first baseman, who stepped on the bag for the second out of that aforementioned inning, as that one will miss for ball 3 to put Schultz in a 3-1 count. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. With the bases empty, and the Bison trailing 1-3 in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit straight back to the pitcher. Schultz running down the first baseline. The throw is going to go wide. Schultz will round first and come into second. Checking to see if he should go 3, and in my opinion, he should not have. So he made the right decision, as Schultz will come around to second.
Now batting for the Bison, the second baseman from Lassen, number 22.
Off of the error. So that will go ahead and bring up Randy Stoltz with 2 outs and a runner on second for him. As he steps into the batter's box, puts his bat around and finally over his shoulder. Perkins comes set and fires the pitch. That'll miss for ball number 1. Stoltz last night was 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. As he steps into the box once more, the pitch will miss once again for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Stoltz, who on his first time up in the second inning grounded out to shortstop and was thrown on to first for out number 3 of the top of the second inning. Here's the 2-0, and that will move to 3-0 as Flagg will go out and talk to Perkins while handing him the ball. Schultz at second, Stoltz at first. Stoltz making it to second off of the error, as the throw over to first base went a little wide. Flagg comes back behind the plate as Stoltz looks at his barrel and steps back in. 3-0 the count. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss down low for ball 4. So Stoltz will go walking. That will bring up Mitch Winter, 42, first baseman from Montana State University Billings. Got runners on first and second now with 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Perkins, and that'll be in there for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike to Winter, who yesterday pitched for the Bison, went 1.2 innings and had 4 walks given up. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss down low in the dirt for ball 1 to even things up at 1-1. Winter, a bigger figure. Excellent pitcher, but also an excellent first baseman, which is his secondary position. As he steps in for the 1-1. Here's the pitch. That's going to be swung on foul for ball 2. Strike 2, excuse me. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Perkins circles around the pitcher's mound and finally climbs back up on the mountain. Schultz at second. Stoltz at first, with Winter at home. 2 outs in the top of the 4th, trailing 3-1. Here's a pitch that'll miss down low for ball 1. No runners will advance as Flag with good response actions to get the ball and get it back to Perkins as fast as he could. Two balls, 2 strikes is the count as Perkins comes set and fires it home. That's going to miss for ball 3 to make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with runners on first and second. Here in the top of the 4th as the Bison trail 1-3. Here's the pitch, and that will be swung on, chopped foul backwards. Coach Gansrow will pick it up and throw it over towards the Plainsman dugout, and the count will remain the same at 3-2. First time Mitch was up, he walked and then eventually came around to score off of a double from Justice Panton. Here's the pitch, and that will be chopped straight through into right field. Schultz will come around to score. And Stoltz will come into third. Winter will stand at first off of the single. So we have runners on the corners, and the score is now down to 1 run once more. North Platte 3, Gem City 2, as that will bring up Caleb Salgado, the right fielder for the Bison, as coach from the Plainsmen will be coming out to talk to Perkins. The Plainsmen have 3, the Bison have 2 here in the top of the 4th. 2 outs with runners on the corners now for Salgado. So far in this inning, Bannister popped out to short on the shallow left center field. Godfrey flew out to right field, and since then, Schultz reached on an error and eventually came around to score. Stoltz got walked and has made it to third off of the Mitch Winter single. And that brings us right to where we are. Salgado taking practice swings outside of the batter's box, as the coach will walk back towards the dugout, and no changes will be made. So Salgado will step in with a fresh count, with runners on the corners, trailing by just 1. Perkins comes set and fires the first pitch. That will miss for ball 1. Salgado from Yuba did not play last night. In fact, I do believe this is the first time he's seeing action in this series versus North Platte. Here's the 1-0, as that will be swung on and missed for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. In the top of the 4th inning, the Plainsmen lead at 3-2. And the Bison have runners on first and third. Here's the 1-1. And that's going to be hit and popped up into the right side. And that's going to be dropped. The ball will be called foul, so Salgado will stay alive. And the count will move to 1-2. Winter and Stoltz will have to go back to their respective bases. As Salgado will have to go back to home, now facing a 1-2 count after the dropped foul ball on the right side foul territory. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Salgado, who today struck out in the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-2. And that will miss for ball 2 to even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners still on the corners here for Salgado and the Bison. Here's the 2-2 from Perkins, and that's going to be chopped foul down the right side of the field. So the count will remain at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not only that, 2 outs, as it looks like Salgado goes back to grab a new bat from the dugout. Steps back in. Gets comfortable. Faces the 2-2 from Perkins. Here it is. And that's going to be popped up backwards for another foul ball, premier bone and joint foul ball. Two balls, 2 strikes as he's in a battle here with Perkins. Perkins comes set on the mound. Fires it home, and that'll miss up high for ball 3 to make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count with 2 outs and runners on first and third, trailing 3-2 in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. And that'll be swung on and missed for strike 3. 1 run gets pushed across in this inning off of 1 hit, and we have 2 left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Plainsmen lead at 3-2 over the Bison. We'll be back right after this. Oscar Stark steps in as the first pitch come across for ball number 1. Provenzano still on the mound for the Bison as they trail it 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. That second pitch going to be swung on into center field. Bradley coming all the way in at the same level as the shortstop
Now batting for the Plainsmen, the designated hitter
to
for the
make
Bison,
the catch.
number 30, Lucas.
So that first out will bring up number 30, Lucas Johnson. As the Plainsmen have 1 out, they lead it 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th. No runners on base for Johnson, the freshman from Wright State, from Burlington, Ontario, Canada. That pitch going to be swung on into left center field. Bradley once again being all over the place. Going to be the second out of the inning, both by the hands of Bradley in the outfield. And that'll bring up the bottom of the order. Garrett Thompson from Texas A&M, Kingsville. First pitch of this at-bat coming from Provenzano. Going to miss outside for ball number 1. Three to 2 is the score as Thompson steps in. Last night was 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout as that pitch will come across for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Johnson, junior from Texas A&M Kingsville. And that pitch will be in there for strike number 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with nobody on base here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Just a reminder, tomorrow we go over to Gering to play the Western Nebraska Pioneers, as that one's going to be flown out into right field. Going to be picked up by Salgado and brought back in, so Thompson will make it on to first off that single. And Reese Lipoma will come up to bat at the top of the order once again, a sophomore from Northwestern State. Pickoff attempt over to first. It's not successful. So Lipoma still has a fresh count. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs with a runner on first now here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Reese in his 3rd at-bat so far today has walked, and then eventually got caught up in a double play as that pickoff attempt once again not successful. And then in the 3rd inning, he grounded out to shortstop, both for the first out of the inning. Here he is in his 3rd at-bat. An 0 for 1. He's going to go from first to second. The throw not going to be in time, as Thompson will make it into second off of the stolen base. So now a runner at second with 2 outs. And the count moves to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Lipoma from Gonzales, Louisiana. Here's the pitch. Swing held on him for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. With a runner at second, the Plainsmen lead at 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning here in this 3rd game of 3. Provenzano deals. And that's in there for strike 2 to even it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two outs with a runner at second for Lipoma. 0 for 1 on the day. And that pitch going to be fouled off to keep the count the same. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Provenzano and Lipoma in a bit of a battle here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Two balls and 2 strikes as Provenzano steps back onto the mound. And Lipoma steps back into the box. Step off to second and a throw to second. Throw wasn't needed, but so Provenzano stands back on the mound to face the 2-2 count against the Lipoma. That pitch will be up, and that throw will not be in time. The throw will be in time. Schultz just can't get the tag down in time, so another swiped bag for Thompson. As Coach Ganzarao is going to come out and have a conversation with Jason Seitz on the first base line. He'll walk back towards the dugout. The count will be 3-2 with the runner on third now for the Plainsmen. 2 outs. Three balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Provenzano. That'll be fired in there and fouled off once again. Count will remain the same at full. 2 outs with a runner on third now in the bottom of the 4th. This bottom of the 4th brought to you by Quality IV Care and H&R Block. As that pitch will be in there for strike 3 and out number 3. We head to the 5th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Plainsmen lead at 3-2. We'll be back right after this. Justice Panton will step in here for the Gem City Bison. In the top of the fifth inning, brought to you by Smith Beverages and Les Schwab Tires. A new pitcher coming on for the Plainsmen, number 10, Asher Hastings. That pitch will miss up high for ball number 1. Panton stepping in the right-handed batter's box. As that will be swung on and picked up by the shortstop and over to Stark on first for the out.
The designated hitter from George Mason, and today's K-Man, number 15, Derek Wood.
So that will bring up the leadoff man, Derek Wood, recently committing to George Mason. First pitch coming across for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out with nobody on base for Wood, the leadoff man for the Bison. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss on the wild pitch for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Wood of George Mason University. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be fouled off towards the back for strike number 1. So far today, Wood is 0 for 2, grounding out to second base for the first out in the first inning, and then striking out for the third out in the third inning. The second out in the third inning, excuse me, as that one's going to be a third ball. Three balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Hastings. That will miss down low for ball 4. So Wood gets on base for the first time today off the walk, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Tyler Bradley. Recently getting here for the Bison, as he will step into the left-handed batter's box. Three to 2, the Plainsmen lead it over the Bison with a runner on first and 1 out. That one's going to hit him right in the chest. So Wood will advance to second and Bradley to first off the hit by pitch. That'll bring up the third batter, Luke Bannister, the catcher wearing number 10. With 1 out and runners on first and second now. As everybody will settle back into their positions. Bannister from Temple Community College. Here's the pitch. And that will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes with 1 out and 2 runners on bases. The Bison trail by just 1 run, 3 to 2 in the top of the 5th inning. Bannister hailing from Hutto, Texas. There's the pitch, and that'll miss inside for ball number 2, as you might have been able to see Bannister kind of dodge out of the way. 2 balls, no strikes with runners on first and second here in the top of the 5th. For Bannister, here's the 2-0. That'll miss out for ball 3. So far today, Bannister is 0 for 2. Grounded out to third base for the third out in the first inning, and popped out to shortstop for the first out in the 4th inning. Here's the 3-0, and that's in there for strike number 1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and 2 runners on base at first and second. Bannister steps back into the box. Here's the pitch. That'll miss way down low in the dirt for ball 4, and that will walk the bases loaded. Runners on first, second, and third as Tyler Godfrey will step up, the left fielder, with only 1 out and runners on each of the bags, trailing 3-2 in the top of the 5th. Here's the pitch to the left fielder from Montana State University Billings. That'll hit for strike number 1. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss inside for ball number 1 to even it up at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be swung on and fouled off for strike number 2. So far today, Godfrey 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the second inning for the first out in that inning. And then he flew out to right field for the second out in the 4th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Here's the pitch. That'll be swung on and grounded to short. The throw will go into right field. Another run will come in to score. And the Bison have taken the lead, 3-2. So Godfrey will make it to second. Wood will come around to score. Bradley will come around to score. As Bannister will make it to second and Godfrey will stand at first. As Keegan Schultz will step in. They're going to have a pinch runner come in for Bannister as Justin Williamson will come in to stand at second.
Pitch running at second base, number 11, Justin Williamson.
So that pitch will come across for ball number 1. So he's a runner at first and second with 1 out. As that one's going to hit him right on the tailbone. So Schultz will advance on a hit by pitch. Godfrey to second and Williamson to third now.
Now batting for the Bison, the second baseman from Lassen, number 22, Randy Stokes.
As is the coach for the Plainsmen will come out now. Comes up to the mound with most of his infield. Goes ahead and takes the ball from Hastings, and we will have another pitching change for the Plainsmen. The Bison lead at 4-3. Now in the top of the 5th inning, we have a pitching change, and we'll have the final line for Hastings and all the information about the new pitcher when we come back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Will Humphreys comes in to pitch for the North Platte Plainsmen. Taking a look at the final line for Hastings. He pitched .1 innings, had 2 runs, both of them earned 2 walks on 6 batters faced, and so now Humphreys stands on the mound with bases loaded and a 4-3 lead for the Bison. First pitch comes across for strike 1. 2 runs already pushed across here in the top of the 5th inning to give the Bison the lead. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out with the bases loaded for Stultz standing in at home now, as that one's going to be fouled off straight back for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. Today, Stultz is 0 for 1. He grounded out to short for the 3rd out in the 2nd inning, and then walked and eventually got stranded at 3rd. And that pitch will miss for ball number 1. Stultz last night was 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts in his 2nd game in a Gem City Bison uniform. Here's the 1-2, and that's going to be swung on, chopped, and barely over the pitcher's head. The barehanded pickup and throw from Wood will be in time for out number 2. As another run will come across to score on that sacrifice out from Stultz. So that will bring up Mitch Winter, the first baseman for the Bison, wearing number 42. First pitch comes across for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs and runners on 2nd and 3rd. The Bison lead at 5-3 in the top of the 5th. That pitch gonna come across just up high for ball 1. Winter from Montana State University Billings. Humphrey comes set. Here's the pitch. That's going to be swung on and missed for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Winter. So far is 1 for 1 in the 3rd inning. He walked and eventually came around to score, and then the 4th inning he singled and eventually got stranded, and that one will be swung on and missed for strike 3 and out 3. The Plainsmen get out of it, and we head to the bottom of the 5th, but not before the Bison push across. 3 more runs. We will head to the bottom of the 5th and be right back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network right after this. Lots of defensive substitutions here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Bison lead at 5-3. As the first pitch comes across for ball number 1, Conrad Kish into pitch for the Bison. Nico Pezzanella catching. Here is that second ball will miss for ball 2. Here's the 2-0, and that'll be in there for strike 1. Kish dealing. To Ruffin. That ball will miss for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. As that one will be fouled off and towards the left for strike number 2 to fill up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes this bottom of the 5th inning. Brought to you by Blodorn Lumber Company and Ivinson Memorial Hospital. Here's the 3-2. And that will miss up high for ball 4. So Ruffin will go ahead and go walking. And that'll bring up Giancarlo Servine. As the Bison lead at 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th with a runner on first now for the Plainsmen and no outs. Servine from Grayson Junior College. As Kish comes set and deals home, the runner's going to go. Pezzanella sends the throw down, and it's not going to be in time. So Ruffin will make it in on the stolen base to second, and count to Servine will be 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs, and a runner on second now for the Plainsmen as they trail at 5-3 in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. That'll miss just up high for ball 2. Time going to be called by Pezzanella as he goes out and talks to Kish on the mound. Servine, so far 0 for 1, grounded out to third base in the first inning. That was the third out of that inning, and then in the third inning, he got a hit by a pitch and came around to score one of the 3 runs for North Platte. Servine will step back in to face Kish on the 2-0 count. Here's the pitch from Kish, and that will miss way up high for ball 3. .30 is the count with a runner on second for the Plainsmen and no outs. Conrad peering in, getting his signs from Pezzanella. Comes set. Fires it in there for ball number 4. So Ruffin already at second. Servine will walk to first, and that'll bring up Connor Flagg as assistant coach John Grigg will come out. The mound to just have a solo conference with Kish. 5-3 after 3 runs were pushed across, excuse me, the top of the 5th inning. as the meeting finishes up and Coach Grigg will walk back. And so now officially Connor Flagg will step up to bat, the junior from Central Arkansas. To the left-handed batter's box with runners on first and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Bison lead at 5-3. Kish fires it in there for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes now with no outs and runners on first and second. Flagg 1 for 2 so far in this game. So the 1-0 will come across for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs and runners on second and third for Flagg. In the 2nd inning, he put it right to the first baseman, who got an unassisted out. So that one will miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. And then in the 3rd inning, Flagg singled and eventually came around to second before he was stranded off a ground ball to second base by Williams. Two balls, 1 strike, and that's going to be slapped foul for strike 2. Two is the count, all even up at 2. Here in the bottom of the 5th with runners on first and second and no outs. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss down low in the dirt to make the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three-two is the count, and that will miss down low for ball 4, and that will walk the bases loaded. Servine will move to second, Ruffin to third, and Flagg to first as Coach Ganserat will come out to the mound, the infield as well. Here in the bottom of the 5th. And he's going to go ahead and take the ball from him. We'll have another pitching change here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 5-3, the Bison lead it. We'll have more on the pitcher coming in when we come back. New pitcher in for the Gem City Bison as the first pitch comes across for strike number 1. I think we have a first name on him, and that might be about it. Jamison on the mound. Is that ball going to be popped up into shallow right field? Stoltz going back and picking it up. So that pop out will be the first down of the inning.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, the second baseman from Virginia Commonwealth, number 9, Seth.
As the bases will remain loaded, and that'll bring up Seth Williams. Bases are loaded with 1 out now for Williams as the Bison lead at 5-3. So that pitch is going to be swung on, picked up by Stoltz. Runner's going to go ahead and come in. Roughing from third. So the score will be 5-4. As Servine and Flag will advance. Excuse me, Flag will be thrown out, and Williams will advance to first on the fielder's choice. So Stark will step in now, the freshman from Washington State. Runners on the corners with 2 outs now as that pitch going to be lined into right field for a single. Stark will bring that in, and Servine will come in to tie it at 5. So Stark is standing at second. Williams at second. Stark at first. With 2 outs, tied 5-5 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, as Lucas Johnson will step up to the plate, wearing number 30, freshman from Wright State. First pitch coming from Jamison. That will miss down low for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch, and that'll be in there and miss for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs, runners on first and second for the Plainsmen. Excuse me, second and third. As the count will move to 3 balls and no strikes. That will be in there for strike number 1. 3 balls, 1 strikes, 2 outs with runners on second and third. There's a pitch and another swing and a miss for strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes to make the count full now. 2 outs with runners on second and third after the Plainsmen have tied it up in this inning. Here's the pitch. That will be fouled off, so the count will remain the same. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Johnson, who is 1 for 2 so far today. Doubled in the second and flew out to center in the 4th. Three balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Eichert. And that will miss for ball number 4. So Johnson will go walking, and Garrett Thompson will come up to bat now, the junior from Texas A&M Kingsville. as the bases are once again loaded for the Plainsmen. We're tied 5-5, North Platte and Gem City here in the bottom of the 5th, with 2 outs on the board for the Plainsmen. As Thompson circles around to the right side of the batter's boxes, the left-handed batter's box. As Eichert will come set. First pitch will miss for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. Eichert on the mound, comes set. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss down low for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Thompson. So that will miss down low for ball 3. Thompson today is 1 for 2, struck out in the 2nd and then singled in the 4th, got 2 stolen bases and then ended up getting left at 3rd base. Here's a 3-0. That will be in there for strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch from Eichert. And that once again will be strike for strike 2 to fill the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So you can hear the wind gusts picking up a little bit. Eichert standing on the mound. Comes set at the chest, deals it home. That will be fouled backwards to keep the count the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three twos the count, 2 outs, bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. And that will be fouled back once again. So the count will stay the same. Thompson from New Braunfels, Texas. Three balls, 2 strikes as Thompson stands into the box and Eichert on the mound. Here's the pitch, and that will miss down low. So a run will be walked in, and the Plainsmen will take the lead 6-5. The bases will continue to be loaded as Lapoma will step up to bat. The leadoff man for the Plainsmen. Here's the pitch. That's in there for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. With the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th inning, the Plainsmen lead at 6-5 now after 3 runs were pushed across in this inning. That pitch will miss for ball number 1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. So that one will be fouled off. The count will remain the same at 0-2. Ipoma 0 for 2 so far, walking, grounding out to short, and striking out in his 3 appearances. Here's the pitch. That will be swung on and missed for strike 3 and out number 3. We will head to the 6th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network right after this. We head to the top of the 6th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 6-5, the Plainsmen lead the Bison after pushing across 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning, tying it up and eventually taking the 1-run lead. As Justin Ross will step in right field for Salgado. That pitch will miss down low for ball number 1. Will Humphrey still in on the mound for the Plainsmen. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And that will be strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ross. Before Salgado was replaced, he struck out twice in the 3rd and the 4th inning. One and 1. That'll miss for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ross from Grantsville, Utah. Goes to school at Williston State College. That ball will be in for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No outs and nobody on base for the Bison, as that one will be swung on and missed for strike 3 and out number 1. That'll bring up the bottom of the order. Justice Panton. Panton from North Carolina A&T. Steps into the left-handed batter's box this time. Here's the first pitch, and that's going to be swung on and fouled back towards the left for strike one. No balls, one strike, one out. Nobody on base for the Bison as Panton is in the box. Here's the pitch. And that will be in for strike two. Panton so far today. One for two. As that pitch will miss for ball number one. Panton doubled in the third inning, then made it to third off of a balk. And in the fifth inning, he grounded out to shortstop for the first out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. As that will miss barely low for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to even things up. 1 out, nobody on base as the Plainsmen lead the Bison 6-5 in the top of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch. And that's going to be in there for a strike 3 looking for out number 2. So now Derek Wood will come up to bat, just recently committing to George Mason. And by recently, I mean quite literally today. Previously of Paradise Valley Community College. 2 outs, nobody on base for Wood as the first pitch comes across. Going to be swung on and missed for strike 1. 4th at bat for Wood. He's 0 for 2 so far, with a ground out to second and a strikeout. But he also walked and came around to score in the 5th. That pitch will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, nobody on base for the Bison or Wood. Humphrey comes set and fires it in for ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. So he steps back into the box, swings his bat around and puts it over his shoulder. Two balls, 1 strike, and that's going to be swung on and fouled off towards the left for strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That will miss down low for ball 2. 2-2 the count now with 2 outs. Nobody on base. Trailing by 1 in the top of the 6th inning. Two-two. Going to be swung on, popped up, foul. So the count will remain the same. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Nobody on base. Humphrey looks in, now comes set. Fires it in there. And that will be swung on and missed for strike 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 6-5, the Plainsmen lead it here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Jalen Ruffin steps in for the North Platte Plainsmen here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead it 6-5 as that first pitch comes across for ball number 1. So that second one also misses for ball. That one being ball number 2. Two balls, 1 strike, no outs, nobody on bases. This is the leadoff batter, Ruffin from Northeastern Junior College, native of North Platte, Nebraska. As that ball will be barely foul tipped. I could barely hear it in my headphones for ball 2. Strike 2. 2-2. That'll miss. Outside and down for ball 3. Three balls and 2 strikes. That's going to be lined into left field for a base hit. And that will bring around Giancarlo Servine, the third baseman wearing number 3. Takes a practice swing outside the box and steps into it with Jamison Eichert on the mound. First pitch will miss for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Plainsmen lead the Bison 6-5. Eichert stands on the mound. Pickoff attempt over to first, not successful. So Eichert will stand back on the dish. No outs, runner at first for Servine. The pitch will be in there to make the count 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, no outs. Here's the pitch. As that one will miss for ball number 2. Servine steps into the right-handed batter's box. Eichert deals, and that will miss up high for ball 3. Three balls, 1 strike. No outs with the runner on first. Here's the 3-1. And that'll miss outside for ball 4. Sending Ruffin to second and Servine to first off of a single and a walk to start the inning. That'll bring up Connor Flagg, the catcher, wearing number 22. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th for Flagg with runners on first and second. First pitch from and that's going to be a bunt attempt, foul towards the right side for strike number 1. Eichert will grab the ball from Myers. No balls, 1 strike. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the 0-1, and that'll miss up high and inside for ball 1 to even things up at 1-1. One ball, one strike, no outs. Runners on first and second. The Plainsmen with a 1-run lead, 6-5. That's going to be grounded as Schultz will not be able to pick it up, and Panton will come around and grab it. So Flag will single and make the bases loaded on 2 singles and a walk. As Cade Wood will step up to bat now from Ranger Junior College. Bases loaded for him here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch from Eichert. And that one will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch from Eichert. That one will be lined and hit him right in the back of the leg. Schultz will pick it up. And Wood with the 3rd single this inning will move ahead Flag to second and Servine to 3rd. That will bring up Seth Williams from Virginia Commonwealth, the second baseman, a junior. As the score will move from 6-5 to 7-5. First pitch of this at-bat will miss for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs with bases loaded. 1 run pushed across already. That ball missed for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes with the bases loaded for Williams. That pitch will be in there for strike number 1. 2 balls, 1 strike is the count now. Eichert looks into Pezzanella, gets his signs, comes set now, and deals on the 2-1. In there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here to Thompson. Here's the 2-2. And that will miss for ball 3. He spun out of the way to make sure he didn't get hit. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a full count. Here's the 3-2. That's going to be lined or grounded into right field. Another run will come across, as that ball will be thrown away. So 2 more runs will come across to score. 9-5 is the score. North Platte over Gem City.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, the first baseman from Washington State, number 34, Oscar Stark.
So Williams will make it to second. Wood to third, and Oscar Stark is up to bat, the freshman from Washington State. First pitch coming from Eichert. Runners in on second and third, as that ball's going to miss down low for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. With runners on second and third, no outs in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch. That's going to be rocketed into left center field. Bradley giving it chase, and the long throw in will make it into the infield, but not before Wood will come across to score. 10-5, the Plainsmen lead it by 5.
Designated hitter from Wright State. Number 30, Lucas Johnson.
As Stark flies out for the first out. One out, runner on second. So runner's going to go to third and be in there safe. So Williams will be in at third safe, with only one out and the count being 1-0 in favor of Johnson. Johnson, the freshman from Wright State, stepping in the right-handed batter's box. 1 ball, no strikes. Eichert sends it in there. That'll be swung on and missed for strike number 1. One ball, one strike so far today. Johnson has doubled, flown out to center, and then got walked. So that one will be fouled off for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. As the Plainsmen lead at 10-5 in the bottom of the 6th. Johnson puts the bat up. Eichert comes set and deals it home. That'll be swung on for strike 3 and out number 2. That'll bring us to the bottom of the order. Garrett Thompson, the junior from Texas A&M Kingsville. Runner still on third, this time 2 outs. And Johnson standing in at home plate. The first pitch comes across, down and outside for ball number 1. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch from Eichert in there for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to even things up at 1-1. Thompson today has struck out and singled and walked. Also has 2 stolen bases. Here's the 1-1. That's going to be fouled off towards the left for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with a runner on third for the Plainsmen. Eichert peers in, shakes his head up and down. Comes set and fires it in there for strike 3. The Bison get out of the bottom of the 6th and head to the 7th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. They trail at 5-10 as we head to the top of the 7th. We'll be back right after this. Tyler Bradley steps in, the center fielder for your Gem City Bison. They trail at 5-10 here in the top of the 7th inning in North Platte, the 3rd game out of the 3-game series. That first pitch going to come across for ball number 1. Bradley steps in there, 1 ball, no strike. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be swung on for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count now. Bradley has struck out and got an unassisted put out, and then got hit by a pitch and came around to score so far in this game, as that pitch will miss for ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. No outs, nobody on here in the top of the 7th as the Bison trail at 5-10 to the Plainsmen. Here's the 2-1, and that's going to be fouled backwards for strike 2. 2-2 is the count. No outs and nobody on. Bradley last night was 1 for 2 with the walk. Here's the 2-2. That's going to be grounded, picked up by Wood, and over to Stark on first for the out. So that will be the first out of the inning. That will bring up
Now batting for the Bison, number 26,
Nico Pezzanella. As he steps in, takes the first pitch for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out, and nobody on base. Pezzanella coming in relief for Bannister. That one will be swung on and missed for strike number 1. Pezzanella and Bannister both catching today. The 1-1 will miss inside for ball 2. Bannisters, before he left the game, grounded out to third base, popped out to shortstop, then walked and came around to score. The 2-1 will miss down low for ball 3 to make it 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and nobody on base. Here's the 3-1. That'll be in there for strike number 2 to make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Pezzanella. Full count pitch from Humphrey, and that will miss for ball 4, sending Pezzanella to first. And bring up Tyler Godfrey. His flag will come out and talk to Humphrey while Godfrey gets a little bit of an extended preparation time. The coach for the Plainsmen also out there on the mound. 5-10, Gem City trails the North Platte Plainsmen in the top of the 7th inning.
Now batting for the Bison, the left fielder from Montana State.
As the coach walks back to the dugout. So Godfrey will step in for the Bison. For Montana State University Billings in the left-handed batter's box. Runner on first, there's the pitch, and it's going to be fouled off towards the left for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and a runner on first for the Bison. Here's the 0-1. That'll be swung on and missed. For strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on first. Here's the 0-2. That'll miss up high for ball number 1. Godfrey today has struck out, flown out to right field. One ball, 2 strikes is the count. There's the pitch, and that's going to be fouled off towards the left, so the count will remain the same at 1-2. Runner on first in Pezzanella. Last night, Godfrey went 0 for 4. There's a pitch. It's going to get in there for strike 3. So he will go down for the second out of the inning. The throw down to first to Pezzanella does not get him, so Pezzanella will remain on first, but it will bring up Keegan Schultz. As the coach for the Plainsmen once again comes out and will take the ball from Humphrey, and we will have a pitching change here in the top of the 7th. We'll be back right after this to tell you more about it. 5-10, the Gem City Bison trail the North Platte Plainsmen. New pitcher comes in for the North Platte Plainsmen. Number 18, Preston Davis, will take the mound, and that will be the end for Humphrey. 2.1 innings, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts on 8 batters faced. Not a bad outing at all, as that first pitch will come across for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. As Schultz stands in, that pitch will go by him on the wild one. That'll miss for ball 1 as Pezzanella will advance to second. So 2 outs and a runner on second now for Schultz. 1 ball and 1 strike as the count. Here's the pitch, and that will miss virtually the same spot, so Pezzanella will advance once again to third. 2 balls, 1 strike is the count to Schultz, standing at home. Schultz from the Colony, Texas, and from Nichols State. Here's the 2-1. And that will miss down low for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. As Davis stands on the mound. Here's the 3-1. And that will miss down low for ball 4. And Schultz will make it to first. Runners on the corners for the Bison. As they trail 5-10 in the top of the 7th inning, Randy Stoltz will step in. 2 outs, runners on first and third in the top of the 7th. First pitch from Davis comes down for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. As Stoltz steps back in. Stoltz put the bat over his shoulder. Here's the 1-0. That will miss once again for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Runners on first and third. Stoltz so far today has grounded out to first base, reached on an error, got hit by a pitch, and walked. So a little bit of everything there. 2-0 will be in there to make the count 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch from Davis. That will miss for ball 3. Three balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That's going to be swung on and picked up. An excellent play from Wood. Just slinging it over to second for out number 3. The Plainsmen protect, and the score will be 5-7 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We'll be back right after this. Reese Lepoma steps in for the North Platte Plainsmen, leading 10-5 over your Gem City Bison. That first pitch going to be swung on, picked up by Panton at short and over to Winter on first for a quick out, number 1. That will bring up Jalen Ruffin, originally from North Platte. And also from Northeastern Junior College. First pitch of this at-bat will come in and be in there for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike. So that pitch will miss for ball number 1. 1-1 is the count, 1 out. Nobody on base for the Plainsmen. Here's a pitch from Eichert. And that will hit for strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ruffin. Here's the pitch. And that'll miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to even it up at 2-2 with 1 out and nobody on base. First pitch out as Lipoma grounded to short. As that one's going to be flown into left field, picked up by Godfrey for out number 2. So that'll bring up Giancarlo Servin. Steps up to bat. Here in the bottom of the 7th, his team leading 10-5. 2 outs, nobody on base for the Plainsmen. As the first pitch of this at-bat comes across for ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Servin. So far today, grounded out to third, got hit by a pitch and came around to score. He's actually came around to score 3 times and also had 2 walks as that pitch will come across for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs with nobody on base. Here's the pitch from Eichert, and that'll be in there for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Plainsmen lead it 10-5 here in North Platte, Nebraska. Here's the pitch. That'll be fouled off for strike number 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two is the count. As Eichert comes set and deals it home, it's going to be hit, picked up by Panton, shuffle, and that ball will go past, allowing the runner to make it into second. So that will bring up Connor Flagg, the catcher, junior from Central Arkansas. There's a runner at second. And 2 outs on the board. As he steps into the batter's box, I want to thank everybody for sticking with us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network, as well as all of our sponsors, for allowing us to do what we do. Here's the pitch. And that'll be in there on the inside edge for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. as Eichert steps off. And as Servine go back to second base. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eichert nods and comes set. Fires it home, and that'll miss inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Towards Flag, who's grounded to first. Singled twice. The 2-1 will miss down low for 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. A runner at second for the Plainsmen. Eichert comes set, fires it in, and that'll miss for ball 4. So Flag advances to first off the walk.
Now batting for the Plainsmen, the shortstop from Ranger, number 6, Cade.
So Cade Wood will step up now. Sophomore from Ranger. Eichert kicks and deals. That'll miss out and up for ball number 1. Runners on first and second, 2 outs for the Plainsmen. And for Wood. Here's the pitch, and that will be fouled off for strike number 1 to even things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. That accompanied by 2 outs and 2 runners on base. One count as Eichert fires it in there, picked up by Panton and gets it on to second for the force out. And that will retire the side. We head to the 8th inning on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 10-5, the Plainsmen lead it over the Bison. We'll be back right after this. Mitch Winters steps in for the Gem City Bison. Is that first pitch gonna go ahead and miss for ball one? The Plainsmen lead at 10-5 in the top of the 8th inning. Here in North Platte, that second pitch going to be swung on and missed for strike one. Winter, so far today, has walked, singled, and struck out. Playing first base for the Bison. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss for ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs, and nobody on base for Winter. Just a reminder, pitched yesterday for the Bison, went 1.2 innings and had 4 walks as he swings and misses for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the top of the 8th. And that's another swing and a miss for strike 3 for Winter. Another strikeout for him. Then that will bring up Justin Ross,
Now batting for the Bison,
number 13.
Justin Ross.
He steps in the right-handed batter's box. There's the pitch, and that'll miss for ball number 1. 1 out, nobody on base for Ross and the Bison. Ross originally from Grantsville, Utah, a student at Williston State College. As that will miss for ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Ross has already struck out. So that will miss for ball number 3. 3 balls, no strikes, 3-0 the count for Ross. Stepping in. Here's the pitch from Davis, and that will miss for ball 4, sending Ross to first base on a walk. So the shortstop will step up, Justice Panton from North Carolina A&T. Steps in, batting left this time, with Ross leading off first. Here's the pitch. That'll be in there for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, with a runner on first for Panton. Davis comes set, and that pickoff attempt will be kind of up high and not in time. So the count remains the same, 0-1, with a runner on first and 1 out. Here's the pitch from Davis. That will miss for ball 1 to even it up at 1-1. Panton today is doubled. Grounded out to short and then struck out looking the last time he was up. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss up high for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike is the count for Panton. Again with the runner on first and only 1 out in this top of the 8th inning. That one's going to be swung on and missed for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Plainsmen lead at 10-5 in the top of the 8th. Davis comes set and sends the pitch home. It'll miss down in the dirt for ball 3 to fill up the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and a runner on first for Panton and the Bison. Here's the 3-2. And that'll be in there for strike 3.
Now batting for the Bison, the DH from George Mason.
Second strikeout of the inning for the Bison. And that'll bring up the top of the order, Derek Wood. 2 outs, Justin Ross on first. In the top of the 8th, trailing 5-10. Here's the first pitch. That'll miss up high. The throw down to first will not be in time. So the count will move to 1-0. Runner still on first with only 2 outs. The count. Davis fires it in there. And that'll be swung on and missed for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Wood. He's grounded out to second, struck out twice, and also walked and scored a run. 1-1. So that will miss for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike, runner at first. Here's the pitch. It's going to be fouled for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Davis to Wood, and that will be strike 3 swinging for 3 outs and 3 strikeouts for Davis. 2 swinging, 1 looking, and we head to the bottom of the 8th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Plainsmen lead at 10-1. We'll be back right after this. Seth Williams steps up to bat for the North Platte Plainsmen. They lead at 10-5 as the first pitch swinging, going to be picked up by Schultz and sent over to Winter for the first out, a quick first out to get things started here in the bottom of the 8th. as that'll bring up Oscar Stark. Number 34, freshman at Washington State. He is one out and nobody on base for the Plainsmen. So that pitch will be right in there for strike number 1. Eichert still on the mound for the Bison. Trailing this 5-10 in the bottom of the 8th. That second pitch also in there for strike 2. Stark facing an 0-2 count now. Got Johnson on deck and Thompson in the hole. That pitch will miss outside for ball 1 to move the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. With nobody on base here in the bottom of the 8th at historic Billwood Field. There's the pitch, and that'll be fouled off. The count will remain the same at 1-2. Stark is 1 for 3 on the day as the pitch comes across. That'll miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to make the count even at 2-2 with 1 out and nobody on base. That pitch will miss up high to move the count to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Eichert and Stark facing off. Here's the pitch. That's going to be popped up into right field foul territory, way out of play. So the count will remain the same at 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. There's the pitch, and it's going to be fouled backwards. So Stark stays alive, battling down from 0-2, now at 3-2. Just finding a way to keep clawing at it. Eichert comes set at the chest, fires it down low for ball 4 to send him to first base. So Johnson will step up now with a runner at first off of the walk. Eichert comes set and deals the first pitch. That's going to miss down low for ball 1. Runner on first, and only 1 out. Eichert looks at first, deals it home, and that'll be fouled off for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1's all across the board with 1 runner on first and only 1 out. 5-10, the Bison trail the Plainsmen here in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch from Eichert, and that'll be foul tipped for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Johnson 1 for 3 on the day so far. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be fouled back to keep the count the same. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, 2 is the count. Eichert comes set. Here's the pitch. And that will miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes is the count, with 1 out and a runner on first in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch. And that will be swung on into right field. That'll drop for a base hit. Stark will come around to third. And now Cesar Garcia will step in as a pinch hitter. So fresh count for him with runners on the corners. As Garcia steps in, taking the place of Garrett Thompson. That pitch going to be called foul. Before Thompson was replaced. He was 1 for 3 with 2 stolen bases and a single. So that one will come across to even things up at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with runners on first and third. Here's the pitch from Eichert, and that one will be in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Garcia last night was 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. Here's the pitch. And that will be lined into right field. 1 more run will come across to score for North Platte. As the throw will go and another one will come. So Garcia will make it to second. And Johnson will score from first. 12-5 is the score in the bottom of the 8th with 1 out.
Now batting for the Plainsmen.
And now just a runner on second. And that'll bring us back to the top. Reese Lapoma, sophomore from Northwestern State. He'll stand in with 1 out and a runner on second. Here's the pitch. And that'll reach it for strike number 1. Lapoma 0 for 4 so far today. Is that pitch going to be chopped, pick up by Schultz, and thrown over to Winter, as that one will go past him, and another run will come in to score. And Lapoma will make it to second. 13-5 is the score now. Still 1 out, still a runner at second. Just a new batter up. Jalen Ruffin, the right fielder.
Oh, jeez. Yep.
That pitch is going to come across and hit him. So there will be runners on first and second now with only 1 out. As Angel De La Cruz will step in, first baseman. That pitch will come across for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. With runners on first and second. Here's the pitch from Eichert. That'll miss down low for ball 1. 1-1 is the count, 1 out. Runners on first and second base. Here's the pitch to De La Cruz. That's going to be popped up foul, out of play for strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the 1-2. And that's going to be popped up, potentially in play. Winter's going to chase it, and it's going to fall just out of reach. Count will remain the same at 1-2, with 1 out and runners on first and second. De La Cruz steps back in for the 1-2 pitch coming from Eichert. The pitch will be swung on and into left field. That's going to be brought down by, I do believe that is Ross. I can't really see over there.
Now batting the catcher, number 22.
But nevertheless, it will be a fly out to left field in foul territory. So that moves it to 2 outs. The runners will stay put at first and second, and that will bring up Connor Flagg. First pitch going to be strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, and that'll be chopped just foul. Picked up by Winter and thrown back over to Eichert. No balls, 2 strikes. Off that foul chopper on the first base line. Here's the pitch. And that will be swung on into left field, picked up by Ross. As another run will score.
Now batting the shortstop, number 6, Cade Wood.
14-5 is the score. Its Flagg will make it to first, and Wood will come up to bat. First pitch in there for strike 1. Runners still on first and second with 2 outs. Wood at bat with an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. That's going to be golf swung on, and it'll be strike 2. The ball will get away from Pezzanella. The runners will advance. Runners on second and third now, with 2 outs, leading 14-5 in the bottom of the 8th. Wood stepping in once again. Eichert comes set on the mound. Fires it in. That's going to be popped straight up. Pezzanella under it and will grab it for out number 3. We will head to the 9th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Bison trail it 14-5. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back here at the top of the ninth here at historic Billwood Field in North Platte, Nebraska. Tyler Bradley stepping in for the Gem City Bison, trailing 14-5. First pitch will be a ball, and second pitch will be swung on and flown out into right center field. For out number one. New pitcher for the Plainsmen, number 35, Micah Ford. So Pezzanella will come up to bat now with one out, nobody on base. First pitch going to miss up high for ball number one. Pezzanella from Northern State. So that one's going to be fouled off towards the left for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with nobody on base as the Bison trail this 5-14 in the top of the ninth. The pitch in there for strike number 2 to move the count to 1-2. That ball will be flown into right field foul territory, and it'll drop, keeping the count the same. 1 ball, 2 strikes, with only 1 out and nobody on base. Pezzanella will walk back to the batter's box. That one will come across for a second ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on base. Here's the pitch. That'll miss down low for ball 3, making it full. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on base. There's the pitch. And that will be flown out into shallow left center field for a flyout. And that will bring up Cooper Hack. Coming in to pinch hit for Tyler Godfrey.
Now batting for the Bison, number 31, Cooper Hack.
The Bison now have 2 outs on the board. Is that first pitch gonna come across for ball number 1? The second one to come across to even it up at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. That will be ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and that will be grounded to first base. Stark will pick it up, throw it over to Ford on the first, and that will be the ball game. 14-5 is the final score here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The North Platte Plainsmen will end up winning the series 2-1. Just a reminder, the Gem City Bison are certainly got a lot of games on their plate. Tomorrow we head over to Gering, Nebraska to take on the Western Nebraska Pioneers. And then on Tuesday we'll be back in Laradice for our series against Casper. And then on Friday, I do believe we start a 3-game series versus the Fremont Moo. So make sure to join us in person for that if you can, and if you can't, make sure to join us right here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Once again, final score 14-5. North Platte wins this game and wins the series 2-1 over the Gem City Bison. I want to thank you all for watching and listening, and thank you to all of our sponsors. We're going to go ahead and close things down here. Make sure to join us tomorrow about 6:30 Mountain Time. Again, for the start of our series versus the Western Nebraska Pioneers. From all of us here at the Gem City Bison, I want to say thank you for listening and watching, and as always, feel the charge. Good night, everybody.